네, 내사가 장관 일부에 이상호변 있었는데 지금 조직 확산 나갔고요. 정신과 교수님께서 다시 병원으로 오시는 중이라 결과 나오려면 1시간 정도는 더 걸릴 것 같아요. 아, 그래요? 어떡하지?
네, 네, 알고 있습니다. 네. 원장님 재밌죠, 이거?
뭐 아주 뭐 익사이팅.
선생님, 계속 잠깐만.
I see.
So, shall we start? Okay, hello everybody. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Chikako Endo from Osaka University. Pleasure of chairing the opening session for the 18th EASP conference. So first we have Professor Yongjin Choi who is chair of EASP and professor at the Department of Public Administration at Yonsei University. So please, Professor Choi.
Thank you, Chikako. Welcome everyone to the 18th EASP and Kihasa Yonsei annual conference. My welcome message has already been posted in the booklet, so I will keep it very short today. I must say, these days I am becoming quite pessimistic about many things. As you know, the war, COVID-19, labor market instability, climate change, rising inequality, and the retreat of democracy, and particularly in Korea, very low fertility rate and so on. They are not very happy news, but aside from COVID-19, they don't seem to be getting any better. So if there are moments when I'm not pessimistic, it is when I'm with my family and friends, and when I share my complaints and concerns with my friends and colleagues. So when we talk together, I feel like there is an answer. I don't know if this is my illusion or actual hope. That's why we meet using Metaverse, Gather Town here today, virtual space, even at this moment when we cannot travel with each other. Whether it is an economic crisis or public health crisis, the crisis will end someday. However, from the time that crisis ends, I think that social crisis is growing around us. So this is why social policy is more important in the post-pandemic period. I'm really happy to meet old friends and new colleagues here today. Please say hello to me whenever you meet me, please. The EASP conference is famous not only for active discussion and communication, but also for our friendship and community. We look forward to your active participation in every sessions and betweens. We also invite you to join us for our 4 highly anticipated plenary sessions. And also there is a pub next to conference hall. I'm not sure whether you've been there already. It looks like a club at the moment. It is a space with a very large virtual beer. Today, after the second plenary session, there will be a virtual reception. This is an opportunity to chat with each other in the informal atmosphere. I hope everyone will attend after all the academic sessions today. And we can not only academic exchange, but also we can strengthen our network communities because they are valuable to us. I'm very grateful to Korea Institute for Health and Social Affairs and President Ri Tae-soo, BK21 team at the Department of Public Administration, Yonsei University, Professor Yang Jejin, director, for organizing this event together. And thank you so much to my staff members and EASP committee members for their hard work for this event. I think there are probably people who are not familiar with this metaverse yet, so we might have a lot of mistakes. But you know, it doesn't take long to get used to. So, and also our staff members are doing their best to help you. So we want your a little bit more tolerance while we do this conference. Thank you all again for joining today, and I hope you can turn on your video from time to time so that we can see each other and say hello to each other. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Che. Next, we have Professor Jejin Yang from the Department of Public Administration, Yonsei University, and also the head of the BK21 project group. Professor Yang.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm honored to give welcoming remarks on behalf of BK21 project of my department, Public Administration, and at Yonsei University. Our BK21 project is graduate school education and research project funded by Ministry of Education for a maximum 7 years. Our project theme is advancing human competence and government capacity to ride out the great transformation. This year's EASP conference theme, social policy during and after the COVID-19, does well match our BK project theme, riding out great transformation. So I hope our graduate students and other many participants to exchange information and learn a lot each other. This year's EASP conference is quite special, as President Che already mentioned, because we use a metaverse. It turns out very effective platform to communicate, and also it adds another fun we can get from conference. So you will realize it soon what I mean. Finally, I'd like to thank EASP President Yongjun Choi, Professor Endo, and many our Yonsei graduate students working as staff. I hope you enjoy the conference and the metaverse. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zhang. Next, we have Professor Tae-soo Lee, who is president of KIHASA, who will give his welcome address.
Friends and colleagues from around the world, I am so happy and excited to have this gathering after passing through the long dark tunnel of the pandemic. One thing, it is pity that we could not invite you all to Korea, where you may have a chance to meet BTS. I hope in a near future we could make a face-to-face conference. I welcome you all with my sincere heart. Ladies and gentlemen, as president of the Korea Institute for Health and Social Affairs, in short, KIHASA, I am pleased that it is hosting the 18th annual conference of the East Asian Social Policy Network here in Korea jointly with Yonsei University Department of Public Administration. Since its founding in 2005, when interest in the development of the welfare state in East Asia was high, the EASP has established itself as a highly noteworthy international research network with a history of nearly 20 years. Countries in East Asia, such as Korea, Japan, China, Taiwan, and Hong Kong, are not only related to each other in history and culture, but also share characteristics that contrast with those of the West in economic development. Other than Japan, most East Asian countries knocked on the door of the welfare state relatively late. Nevertheless, East Asian welfare states are recently drawing attention not only in the world of researchers, but also in the world of policymakers worldwide. There have been attempts to find common features, at one time calling them together as the East Asian welfare state model. However, as the efforts to develop social policy and build a welfare continue in these countries, we find as many distinctions as commonalities. And this requires more in-depth research. In this respect, the role of the EASP in leading social policy research in East Asia is as vital as ever. Over the past 50 years since the Korean government established it in 1970, KIHASA has been on the front of the developing Korea's health and welfare policies and social policy in general. KIHASA provided evidence and policy analysis whenever there were critical changes in major policy areas, ranging from healthcare, health insurance, public pension, social assistance, and social services, to the population policy. We carried out studies in earnest to assist in designing policies with rigor. We also played a significant role in evaluating policies after implementation and recommending improvement. Of course, the welfare state has become an essential part of our research, and international comparative research is an important methodology. KIHASA is a top social policy think tank in Korea. We will continue studying social policies worldwide and sharing Korea's policy experiences through various international exchanges. I hope co-hosting this conference will serve as an opportunity for both KIHASA's 150 researchers and the EASP's social policy researchers to further research exchange and cooperation, perhaps resulting in concrete research collaboration. I wish the 18th annual EASP conference will make a great success and consolidate our relationship. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee. And now I have the honor of reintroducing Professor Lee as the speaker for our first plenary. Professor Lee is the 25th president of the Korea Institute for Health and Social Affairs. which he has introduced to us already, but it has been recognized as the best think tank in the area of politics and society in South Korea. Before joining KIHASA, Professor Lee had been a professor at the Department of Social Welfare at Catholic Kotongne University for 20 years. And besides serving in various government committees, Professor Lee has numerous publications in the area of social policy and the welfare state. And his publications include Why the Welfare State, which was published in 2011. And his most recent publication is Successful Country, Insecure People, a subject which I think we are going to hear more about today. So, Professor Lee, we look forward to your plenary.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Ikako Endo, for your warm introduction, and especially for your pronunciation of Kotongne. It is very difficult to pronounce. Good. I am truly honored to be invited here today as a keynote speaker and discuss the challenges and the response of Korean welfare state. Once considered or regard, the Korean welfare state has come under the spotlight in many studies, for example, on its future prospects and classifying East Asian welfare regimes. In my presentation today, based on the premise that many critical internal and external changes have recently been made to the Korean welfare state, I will first elaborate on these changes and discuss the new challenges it may face in the post-COVID-19 era. As shown in the table of contents, my presentation consists of 4 chapters. First, I will touch upon the persistent challenges the Korean welfare state has faced. Second, I will discuss the characteristics and limitations of the Korean welfare state until the mid-2010s. Third, looking back from where we are now in 2022, I'd like to see how the Korean welfare state has lived in the last 5 years, specifically during the 5 years of the Moon Jae-in government, 2017 to 2022, and what this implies. Last, we will see how the government welfare, Korea welfare state has responded in the COVID-19 pandemic and discuss what direction it should go and what new challenges it faces in the post-COVID-19 era. Now, let's start the first chapter. Here, I will deal with the challenges the Korean welfare state has faced, more specifically, 3 significant challenges it had met for several decades before its recent rise, which we will discuss in chapter 3. The first challenge, also the most well-known, is Korea's severe demographic transition due to its low fertility and fast population aging. As you can see, as of 2020, Korea's total fertility rate was 0.84. It was 4.5 in 1970. Only in 50 years, its fertility declined dramatically. Now, Korea has the world's lowest birth rate. The proportion of Korea's elderly population is also changing fast. A study found that it would account for 24.5% of the total population by 2030, which is again projected to jump to 41% by 2060. Since there is no precedent in the world for a demographic change of this magnitude, I suppose its impact on Korea will be tremendous. The second challenge is to look at is its growing inequality. It has been bothering many countries adopting neoliberal economic policies. In the case of Korea, we can see that inequality has climbed rapidly after the Asian financial crisis in the late 1990s. As shown in the left graph, the income desire ratio rose sharply to 245.6 in 2017 from 100 in 1990, which is the base year. In addition, the other indices, including the poverty rate, the income gap ratio, and the Gini coefficient, all rose considerably compared to the levels found in 1990. If we look at the graph in the right, we can see that this corresponds to a high level of Korea's Gini index in 2016 compared to those of other countries. The third challenge to the Korean welfare state was its steadily slowing economic growth. The left graph in the slide shows us the long-term trends in Korea's economic growth rate from 1980, which was steadily declining. And strangely enough, this trend coincides with the fact that the average annual economic growth rate has fallen by about 1 percentage point by the end of each 5-year single-term presidency, as shown in the right graph. There are more challenges worth considering, but the three I have mentioned would be the most significant, I think. To sum up, we can describe today's Korea with the expression successful country, insecure citizens. As you can see on the left, Korea was the 9th largest economy by GDP in 2020 and was named a new ODA donor country in 2010. Maybe this is a unique case among the countries liberated in 1945. In 2018, Korea joined the so-called 30-40 Club. All of these points to a very successful case. On the other side, Korea has the highest suicide rate in the OECD countries. It is ranked the 61st on the happiness index according to the World Happiness Report. It is the undisputed #1 in elderly poverty rates in the OECD countries. Of its household expenditures, core living expenditures, such as those on housing, healthcare, education, transportation, and communication account for 49.63%. All these facts point to insecure citizens. Korea has prospered as a country, but why are its people so insecure and in such a precarious state? This is the fundamental challenge facing the Korean welfare state, and figuring out how it can be overcome is the most urgent priority for Korean society. Then, how has the Korean welfare state developed, responding to such challenges? Let us move on to Chapter 2 to see how well the Korean welfare state performed until the mid-2010s, before dramatic changes occurred in the last 5 years, which I will discuss in Chapter 3. Let us first look at public social expenditures as a share of GDP, the most representative index indicating the level the welfare state. It is the left graph. If you can see, Korea's welfare state level was 9.6% in 2015, a whopping gap from the EU 21 countries 24.1% and the OECD average of 21%. Following the lines to the left, you can see that this 9.6% is almost the same level as 9.9% of the EU 21 countries in 1960. So it depicts Korea as an early stage of the welfare state, which is quite underdeveloped. The right graph compares the years in which selected countries reach the public social expenditures of 10% of GDP. Japan achieved 10% of GDP in 1980, the US in 1970, the UK in 1962, Sweden in 1960, the OECD average in 1966, the average of the EU 21 countries surpassed the 10% in 1961. Here, we can see the difference between Korea and the countries that belong to OECD and EU. While it is difficult to categorize the Korean welfare state as a typical type, we find several problems in it. First, it still has some traits of a developmental state. Second, it is social insurance oriented. Third, there remain residual welfare state programs. Fourth, it has a weak foundation for welfare finance. Finally, its structure is income security centered, while social services are relatively marginalized except for health expenditures. On the one hand, the Korean welfare state can be viewed as a hybrid type at an early stage with the evenly combined elements of liberalist welfare state, continental welfare state, and universal welfare state. On the other hand, as social insure-oriented income security programs are expanding in the Korean welfare state, it tends to benefit the middle class and above more than lower income groups. We can call this so-called regressive selectivism. In this graph, Korea is positioned on the left, far from many other countries, indicating Korea is a welfare state at an early stage. Viewed in Esping Anderson's welfare regimes, the Korean welfare state is at a crossroads. From this point onward, it may go social democratic or conservative or liberal. The graph on this slide draws the composition of social spending, that is the combination of cash and in-kind benefits, which indicates the degree of the commodification and the familiarization. The X and Y axes on the graph represent the proportion of each group of benefits as a share of group. Here again, Korea seems to be at a crossroads. It can go toward a group of universal welfare states, group 4, with a high percentage of in-kind benefits like Sweden and Denmark, or toward the welfare states group, group 2, with a high percentage of cash benefits, including Germany, Finland, France, and Belgium, or toward a group of countries such as the US, Australia, and Canada that have low levels of both types of benefits. Now, let's see what changes have been made by the Moon Jae-in government, which had implemented active social policies under the vision of the innovative and inclusive state during its 5 years in office since May 2017. As a matter of fact, I have put my conclusion in the subtitle. There has been meaningful progress toward the universal welfare state in these 5 years. Now, let's take a look at the evidence underpinning my conclusion. First of all, let's see what the universal welfare state is. I think there are about 7 requirements for it. First of all, there are 4 requirements in the institutional dimension, including social allocation, social benefits levels, the delivery system, and financing. First, in terms of social allocation, it should consist mainly of welfare programs based on universalism. Secondly, its benefits should be at a level that can make a decent life possible for all. Thirdly, its welfare delivery system should be run effectively based on public needs. Lastly, there should be enough public welfare financing. However, these are not enough. In the systematic dimension, it first needs to ensure fair distribution at the primary distribution that occurs at the stage of economic production. It also needs to make sure coordinated market economy work. Secondly, it should have a broad tax base. And lastly, there should be conditions enabling vigorous welfare politics. When we find all these conditions in a welfare rate state, you find the universal one. Then, what changes have recently occurred in the Korean welfare state regarding these requirements, and how effective have these changes been in nudging it towards a universal welfare state? As you can see in the graph, there have been outstanding progress in the 4 institutional requirements I mentioned in the last 5 years. In addition, the programs that didn't exist in Korea, such as child benefits and unemployment assistance, have recently been introduced. By 2025, sickness benefits are scheduled to be introduced. In this respect, the groundwork and the institutional framework for building a universal welfare state seem to be all set. This slide presents examples of what the previous slide claims. All children under 8 are eligible for child benefits. Unemployment insurance beneficiaries have increased by 15% from 2016 to 2021, and those receiving long-term care services have increased by 50.1%. You can see other cases from another graphs. These efforts in institutional expansion have made several significant progress. Overall, the most outstanding achievement would be a dramatic increase in social spending. In the previous 5-year single-term presidencies, before the last presidency, social spending increased on average by 0.1 percentage point to 0.4 percentage point per year. However, since social spending as a share of GDP started in 2017 at 10.1% and is projected to rise to 15% by the end of 2022, it seems that during the Moon Jae-in government, social spending increased by almost 1 percentage point every year. This pace of expansion is unprecedented in the history of welfare states. Look at the left graph. In the golden age of the welfare state, throughout the 1960s and 1970s, many Western countries achieved social spending ranging from 10% to 15% of GDP, but the time taken for such achievement was different for each country. It took Belgium 11 years and Denmark and Finland 10 years. It took the OECD average 10 years from 1965 to 1975 to rise from 10% of GDP to 15%. In comparison, the Korea made a similar achievement in the 2020s, deserves attention in the history of welfare state development. Thus, an in-depth analysis is required in the future to find out how Korea expanded its welfare state by 5 percentage points in 5 years when welfare state around the world was stagnant and undergoing adjustment. The next progress is an evident decline in equality observed in the last 5 years. As shown in the upper left graph, in Korea, the market income Gini coefficient increased from 0.402 in 2016 to 0.405 in 2020. But the disposable income Gini coefficient decreased from 0.355 to 0.331 in the same period. Also, the quantile ratio of disposable income shows a clear downward trend. In the graph below, child poverty rates are steadily falling as well. In particular, the elderly poverty rate has been the highest in the OECD countries, hovering continuously above 40%, but decreased to 38.9% in 2020, falling to the 30% range for the first time. However, the most important achievement of all might be securing the possibility of a virtuous cycle of welfare, economy, and employment in Korea. Korea has witnessed sound economic growth, good employment rate, and welfare expansion in the last 5 years. In theory, social polarization is reduced as social spending increases and welfare institutions expand. This, in turn, brings about improvement in human capital, capacity for innovation, and productivity, resulting in economic growth. This economic growth creates more jobs in the private and public sectors, raising minimum income, expanding the foundation for a fair economy, and enhancing the primary distribution performance. Ultimately, individuals' income increases. In addition, ensuring fair taxation and strengthening social policy that guarantees basic livelihood security will reduce polarization again. I think Korea might have secured this virtuous cycle of welfare, economy, and employment. Of course, this needs more analysis in further studies. Korea has laid the groundwork and set the direction for becoming a universal welfare state only in 5 years, a relatively short period. I think there are about 3 driving forces behind it. First, the ruling government had a strong will. Secondly, citizens' acceptance of universalism had improved. Lastly, welfare politics were put in motion. Now let's go to our final chapter and discuss the challenges facing the Korean welfare state in the post-COVID-19 era. How did Korea respond to the COVID-19 pandemic? My initial evaluation is that its performance was relatively good compared to other countries. Among many indicators, in terms of daily COVID-19 deaths per million people, as shown in the picture, Korea has the lowest number compared to the US, Italy, Canada, the UK, Germany, and France. This has been possible due to our initial response, well known as the K-quarantine, high vaccination rates, and the supporting role of the health insurance. Secondly, inequality has been prevented from becoming worse during the pandemic. There were worries about its deepening. However, in reality, public transfer income has increased by 31.7% from 2019 to 2021, resulting in an increase in disposable income by 3.8% in the same period. These results may explain why Korean people's trust rate in the government rose sharply from 24% in 2017 to 45% in 2020. However, the COVID-19 pandemic has also exposed the Korean welfare state's weaknesses. Unfortunately, while Korea's social expenditure level was already low, its general finance for COVID was still low compared to other countries, and it deserves criticism. The right picture depicts an inverse relationship between social expenditure as a share of GDP and the level of general finance for COVID-19. Here, Korea is exceptional. In addition, its social safety net for the self-employed or unstable employment workers revealed loopholes, for many of them were not covered by employment insurance. Also, in the absence of sick pay or sick leave, many workers infected by COVID-19 were not able to rest when sick, which shows what needs to be done to improve the Korean welfare state in the future. Worldwide, as the return of the welfare state has again become a topic of conversation, Korea has also confirmed the need for a robust welfare state going through the pandemic. Now, as the pandemic has become somewhat under control, we must now consider what preparation we may need to brace for the post-COVID-19 era. As the Korean welfare state confronted old and relatively new social risks, it must be ready for another set of social risks that may emerge after the pandemic. So, I'm worried about triple social risks it may have to confront, namely old social risks, new social risks, and the social risks posed by COVID-19. I believe there are three groups of social risks posed by COVID-19, that is, relational risks, transformational risks, and risks of stopping. Relational risks refer to the possibility that social problems such as suicide, loneliness, and anxieties may occur more frequently as social relationship weaken in a society where non-face-to-face communication is prevalent. Transformational risks suggest that transitional unemployment and income reduction may happen as a result of digital transformation and ecological transformation. The risks of stopping refer to the possibility that another catastrophic disaster that could happen in the future may stop the essential elements for our lives, such as income, care, and leisure, etc., for a considerable time again. Of course, whether such new risks may actually arise in the post-COVID-19 era, and if so, what they would look like should be our research topic. Now, we have finally come to our last slide. What should be the policy agendas for the Korean welfare state in the post-COVID-19 era? I can think of three important agendas. First, it needs to to restructure its existing welfare institutions. It needs to make efforts to complement the current policies and make them more efficient to reduce the poverty rate, raise social wages, and socialize care burden. Second, it needs to introduce new programs given newly emerging social risks and the weaknesses posed in times of COVID-19. It should re-establish social insurance system based on income, not on the employment relationship, and rather introduce and fully implement make policies responding to social isolation and enhance the public health system that effectively responds to disasters. Lastly, it needs to pursue financial sustainability, especially when it is inevitable to increase social spending due to population aging, low fertility, and equality, and move toward a stronger universal welfare state. The key to financial sustainability is adjusting spending rationally to reduce inefficiency and unnecessary expenditures. If we meet these policy goals, Korea will become a universal welfare state way faster than expected, setting a good example in the history of welfare state development and becoming a noteworthy target of academic research. This is all I prepared. Thank you for your listening. Should there be any questions, I will do my best to answer them. In order to give you the best answer for your question, Mr. Ra, an interpreter, will help the Q&A. Say hello, please, Mr. Ra.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee, for your plenary. I think we learned very much about the development and possible future directions of the Korean welfare state. So I would like to take any questions by chat. So we will take any questions that you might have by chat. And if you want to ask your question directly, it's also possible to go to the microphone on the floor, and then we will all be able to hear your questions. So I wonder if, shall we unshare the screen or? So please feel free to either come up to the microphone or send your questions by chat. But well, if we have time to wait for some questions, I also have many things I'm curious about. And actually, I had the opportunity to live in Korea for about a year, around 2021. And I noticed that there are many deep divisions in Korean society, perhaps along gender, among generations, and also, people owning real estate and those who don't. And that was very much played out in the previous presidential elections. So the election result was extremely tight. The country was basically divided in half. And in that situation, is there still a strong consensus about the direction of the welfare state and the kind of universalism that you said Jejin tried to promote? And if not, what is the new direction of the current government? Is what I wanted to ask you.
excuse me. 제가 지금 한국에서 기본적으로 이번 선거가 상당히 타이트했잖아요. 그런 걸 볼 때 이제 젠더라든지 세대간이라든지 혹은 가진 자와 가지지 않은 자 간의 분쟁이 많아 보이고 특히 선거 결과가 한국이 절반으로 거의 나눠 있는 걸 보여줬는데요. 그런 면에서 지금 한국이 그러면 여전히 아까 말씀하신 복지국가, 보편적 복지국가로 향하는 그런 공감대가 형성되어 있는 건지 만약 그렇지 않다면 현 정권은 그럼 어떤 복지국가로 향하는 것 같은지. 물론 내가 그 현 정부의 정책을 설계하거나 그리고 정확하게 안다고 얘기할 수 없기 때문에 엔도의 질문에 대해서 정확한 답을 할 수 있는 사람인지는 모르겠다.
Since I haven't participated in the design of the welfare policies in the current government, or I'm not sure I know exactly what they are actually doing in terms of welfare policies. So I don't think I'm in the right position to make any positional remarks. However,
개인적으로 저나 적지 않은 그 연구자들은 지금 정부도 이런 복지국가를 강화하는 데에 그 성과를 냈으면 좋겠다라고 생각합니다.
But including myself and many researchers in the Korean welfare state in Korea have these expectations that the current government will continue the trend of enhancing the welfare state in Korea.
특히 엔도 교수가 지적한 것처럼 그 상당히 사회 갈등 요소들이 많아서 젠더나 아니면 세대 간 그리고 앞에서 내가 일장에서 얘기했던 그런 큰 그 도전적 과제들이 아직도 존재하기 때문에 복지국가의 강화는 사실은 필연적이고 시대 정신이라고 생각하고 있다.
And as Professor Endo pointed out in her questions, there are actually many gender and generational conflicts and other social conflicts, along with the challenges that our welfare state has faced, that I mentioned in Chapter 1, that they all still exist. So I think it is inevitable or necessary for Korea to move toward a universal welfare state.
현 정부가 출범한 이제 한 달이 조금 넘은 시점에서 지금까지 표방한 복지국가 정책을 놓고 봤을 때는 사실은 좀 그 두 가지 측면이 공존한다. 복지국가에 대한 긍정적인 부분과 좀 염려스러운 부분.
And after 1 month of the administration, 1 month that this administration started, and looking at their policies that they are going to implement, I see two sides at the same time. One is positive, of course, and the other is rather worrisome.
특히 자유시장 경제를 상당히 강조하고 그리고 지금도 경제가 어렵기 때문에 경제에 올인하는 그런 모습들이 강조되고 있는 것은 복지가 상대적으로 좀 그 조명을 덜 받을 수 있는 그리고 재정적인 투여가 덜 될 수 있는 그런 염려스러운 부분을 보여주고 있다.
Especially as the economy is now heading heading toward a bad shape, the current government is emphasizing liberal market economy again, and also on growthism, growth first policy. So that means that welfare policy or welfare state would again tend to be marginalized. So that worries me a little.
특히 복지국가라는 용어를 여전히 사용하고 있고, 그리고 경제와 복지의 선순환이라고 하는 그런 굉장히 중요한 기조를 내세우고 있고, 무엇보다도 부모급여 아니면 기초연금의 인상 이런 것처럼 매우 큰 재정적 투여가 필요한 부분들을 지금 약속했고 그거를 실행하고 하려고 하고 있다.
But at the same time, there are positive signs we can find in this current government that they are still using this particular expression, welfare state, and they are putting emphasis on the virtuous cycle of economy and welfare. And also they are trying to introduce parents' benefits and also plan to increase basic livelihood program benefits. So that means that they are going to provide more public finance for the Korean welfare state. So these are positive aspects that I find.
그러니까 여러 가지 우려스럽거나 긍정적인 면이 있는데 어쨌든 시간을 좀 두고 우리가 바라보고 평가 해야 된다고 봅니다.
So far there are pros and cons of this government, and we need time to assess properly. That's my opinion.
끝으로 개인적으로는 나는 영국에서 1950년대부터 70년대까지 있었던 에스켈리즘, 그 노동당과 보수당의 복지국가에 대한 컨센서스, 이게 한국에도 이 진보 정권과 보수 정권 사이에 복지국가를 위한 컨센서스로 이렇게 나타나기를 바라고 있다.
But I personally, I think the escalation or the consensus made between the government, conservative and liberal parties in the UK in 1950s to 1970s, this might happen to our welfare politics in Korea again between the conservative and liberal parties. That's my wish, and this is the end of my answer to your question.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else have any? We are basically out of time. We have. Youngjun, do you think we have time for another question, or shall we? So there's one question about long-term care. But I think perhaps there's we are kind of out of time, so perhaps I can transfer the question to you. There's one question in the chat, but I will communicate it to you through, I think you can see on the chat. But perhaps we should, unfortunately, close the first plenary at this time. So thank you very much for Professor Lee's talk. I think we all learned very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, have a good day. Enjoy seminars. Bye.
But please don't go yet. Actually, we are thinking of taking a group photograph, which is why I'm a little bit in a hurry. So before the next the first paper session starts, I wonder if all of us could get onto the stage and then have this opportunity to take a group photograph together. So everybody, including Professor Lee and all the other delegates here today, please come to the stage.
Everybody in the center of the stage, please. I think we have about 110 people here, and I think there are about 20 people watching on YouTube. But hopefully everybody in Gather Town have a photo together. Could you come a little bit at the center, please? Yeah, I think the people are still coming up. Okay. Yeah. Please come forward. Don't be shy. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Please. Yes. Yes. Please come. Okay. Yes. Could you come a little bit at the center so that when people take a photo, it's basically a screenshot. Then we see others. Great to see. Yeah, colleagues here, right? Yeah. I think that's it. If you're here, then we'll take a. I'll say kimchi, then you smile. I'm not sure whether your avatar can also smile as well, but if you smile it, and then we'll just take a photo and we'll go to the paper session. 1, 2, 3, kimchi. Okay, thank you so much, and let's move to the paper session. Yeah.
Is this can you hear me? Am I yeah, you can hear me. How do I describe this conference, do you think, on my social media?
This is the East Asia, the social policy scholars meet together once a year and sharing what's happening in social policy in East Asia and around the world. So scholars and
East Asia's biggest social science gathering?
Yeah, social policy, but specifically, but social science is okay. Okay, it seems some sessions and people are coming in.
Okay.
It's about time to start our second plenary session, but as we all know, we don't have a break between a second paper session and the second plenary session. So I think still some sessions haven't done yet, and also some people want to just drink water or something. So let's wait about 5 minutes more so that more people come. And let's enjoy our loneliness afterwards. John is here. Hello, John. And you know, we have a virtual reception session after the second plenary session in pub area. So if you're lonely, you can join our virtual reception session at the pub. Please come to the pub area and with your own drink or food and nibbles, we can enjoy our informal conversations and say hello to each other, to the old friend and new friend. We'll wait 2 minutes more and we'll start. Okay, time is nearly up, so shall we start, Norina? She is Norina Hertz. Why don't you quickly just a few moments you just turn on your video and say hello to Norina. Norina want to see your face. Now we're living in digital world, but still saying hello face to face is a quite good idea. So just Norina can see your face quickly. So why don't you say hello to each other? Okay. Yes. Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to introduce Professor Norina Hertz today. She is the author of a very inspiring book just published a year ago, right? The Lonely Century: How to Restore Human Connection in a World That's Pulling Apart. Not only fancy title, the book is a very, very insightful itself. Myself, I really enjoyed reading this book. I'm not sure whether you can see the back of Norina's the bookshelf. There's a Koribe Shide in Korean translation is in the back. I read actually in Korean translations. As soon as I read, I thought we should invite her to our conference. Since this issue is particularly significant in the pandemic and digital times, and this one is, I think in future, probably is more and more important to us and to the welfare state. So let me introduce Norina Hertz. She has a PhD from Cambridge University and an MBA from Wharton School of University of Pennsylvania. Having spent over 10 years at University of Cambridge, in 2014, she moved to University College London, where she is now an honorary professor at the Institute for Global Prosperity. She is a global economist, but she's working on the different field. It's very interesting. She's working on the many different fields, for example, like technology, politics, and social issues. And pioneering and renowned thinker on ESG now is so famous, now a kind of a fashionable term nowadays. And Norina also advises some of the largest organizations and most senior leaders in the world on strategy and transformation. And she's also working with many kind of firms and also some international organizations so far. She's sit on the boards of Warner Music Group, quite interesting, and also tech company Walk Human and so on. And also she wrote many the best-selling books, including Silent Takeover, Debt Threat, Eyes Wide Open, and now you see the Lonely Century, A Call to Reconnect. So she is named by Observer, the Guardian Sunday version, as far as I know, one of the world's leading thinkers, and by Vogue as one of the world's most inspiring women. So she is one of the contemporary thinker, and now is we are very happy EASP can invite her to our annual conference. So this session is not simply kind of plenary speech. This session is based on the interview. So basically I ask and you ask and Norina answer. So if you have any question to Norina during the talk, then you can leave your question in our chatting box. Then I will introduce your question to Norina in the middle of our interview. So Norina, as I introduce you, according to your academic background, you did MBA, you're an economist, and then you work with the finance and businesses. But now you're talking about loneliness. So definitely my first question is, why loneliness? Why economists is interested in loneliness?
That's a great question. I think it's 3 different reasons. The first was my students. I'd been teaching at university for many years, and about 5 years ago, I noticed that more and more of my students were coming into my office in office hours and confiding in me that they felt they were lonely. And this wasn't something I'd seen 10 years before at all. And the scale of it made me wonder, was something going on? At the same time, in my academic research, I was researching the rise of populism across the globe, of leaders like Donald Trump in America, Marine Le Pen in France, Matteo Salvini in Italy. And as I started interviewing people who were voting for these parties, one thing that kept on coming across from their stories was how lonely, isolated and disconnected they felt, and how they were finding community in these populist movements. And I thought, okay, loneliness coming up in a very different space. And then I had bought an Amazon Alexa, and I started observing my own interaction with my Alexa, this little device, that AI-enabled device that sits in my kitchen. And I realized that I was becoming increasingly attached to this device, which got me thinking about what I came to define as the loneliness economy, an entire economy made up of goods and services designed to deliver connection and at best community. So the market was speaking too. There was clearly a demand for products to deliver connection and alleviate loneliness. And realizing that these three very different things were going on. Young people lonelier than ever before. Loneliness driving political decisions and political choices, and loneliness inspiring an entire economy, made me think I really want to dig into the subject. And as soon as I started digging into it, I realized that the scale of the crisis was immense. In America, 1 in 3 adults are lonely every single day. In the UK, 1 in 5 millennials say that they don't have a single friend at all. In Korea, 1 in 3 over 60-year-olds say that they are lonely. 1 in 4 of the young. So across the globe, and this is actually this was a fascinating realization. Across the globe, what I realized was that we were in the midst of a loneliness crisis, and I wanted to try and figure out how we got here, and then importantly, what we need to do to resolve it, because it's a crisis, and I'm sure we'll talk about this, that is affecting our health, affecting our wealth, and affecting our democracy.
Thank you, Norina. So it's this. I definitely agree. The scale of crisis about loneliness is significant. And before we go into a discussion more about the students and far right and Alexa and digitalization, so can you explain how bad loneliness is for us? Although your book mentioned about some bad effects, but could you just give some tips about how loneliness is bad for our health and our, for us, our well-being?
Yes. So when we think about loneliness, we don't immediately think about the health implications, or at least the physical health implications. We do think a bit more about the psychological impact, because it's kind of intuitive that if you're lonely, you are more likely to be prone to anxiety or depression, or unfortunately at the extreme, suicide. The evidence is clear. There is a link between loneliness and these feelings. But I think less known is the impact that loneliness has on our physical health as well. Loneliness has been associated with a 30% higher risk of heart disease, a 30% higher risk of having a stroke, a 60% higher risk of having dementia. Loneliness is as bad for our physical health as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. And why this is because loneliness is a state of being that is inimicably at odds with how we have evolved. Because if you think back to prehistoric man, we had to be with others in order to survive. So we would hunt in tribes with others, we would create communities so that if we were under attack, we would be able to defend ourselves. Being together, being in a not alone, not a lonely state was essential for our survival. And so what happens is when we are lonely, our bodies have evolved an alarm mechanism which goes off. You know, our heart rate goes up, our blood pressure goes up, our levels of cortisol in our body all go up. All of these alerting us to the fact that this is not a state we should remain in. And the trouble is, in contemporary life, we do remain in that state. And because we're remaining for protracted periods of loneliness, we're suffering the health consequences of being in this state of high alert alarm on an ongoing basis.
Okay, yes, so dementia and the blood pressures and the heart is all related, and sometimes probably is a good, not really good news for the smokers, but it's the loneliness is even can be worse than, you know, having the 50, you know, cigarette per day. And yeah, and you know, what was interesting to me when I read your book, you're trying to connect this loneliness issue to neoliberalism and the right-wing populist politics. Because normally when we look at the academic articles about loneliness, we're normally talking about the neighbor, community factor, or the kind of social disconnection. That's what we, you know, familiar to when we talk about loneliness. But now you're talking about right wings and the neoliberalism. Could you elaborate how these neoliberalism and right-wing politics related to the loneliness issue?
Sure. So there are a number of reasons why we're lonely. One of which is the fact that we do less with others than in the past, something you were alluding to. So we're less likely to live with other people. We're less likely to be members of trade unions. We're less likely to go to church. We're less likely to go to parent-teacher associations. I was seeing in Korea, 60% of people in their 30s are not part of any social group. So, you know, this is a phenomenon kind of around the world. We're just doing less with each other, and this is part of the problem for sure. The breakdown of what we might think of as community in that sense. But that isn't the only reason. Technology is part of the problem, and I'm sure we'll come back to that, so I'll leave that for now. But so too is neoliberalism. And why I make this claim is for two reasons. One, neoliberalism has presided over decades of growing inequality within countries. And it's not that you can be rich and you can be lonely, but we do know that if you are unemployed, we do know that if you are on a low income, we do know if your local area has been underinvested in, if there are no bus routes to get from point A to point B, if your libraries no longer receive government funding, if your public parks no longer receive government funding or are underfunded, if there are no youth clubs, if there are no elderly daycare centres, all of these factors, which of course austerity and the post-2008 financial crisis made even worse, we know that people will become lonelier. So that's part of the reason neoliberalism is to blame. The other part of the reason is what we might think of as the neoliberal mindset, which is the way that we kind of imbued neoliberalism's ideology as citizens and as people. And if you think back to the 1980s, when neoliberalism really took hold, Margaret Thatcher, Ronald Reagan, but if you think about the cultural kind of zeitgeist, Gordon Gekko in Wall Street, greed is good. You know, from the 1980s onwards, what we've seen is a steady focus or refocus or focusing on ourselves, on I, rather than on the collective and we. And fascinatingly, we see this even in pop song lyrics, where words such as we, us, and our have since the 80s been steadily supplanted by words such as I, me, myself. And researchers who did this fascinating research looked at China as well. And fascinatingly, that in China as well, we see the same, this taking hold. So we have become increasingly individualistic, part of a consequence, I argue, of an ideology that really kind of made us feel that if we didn't focus on ourselves, who would look out for us? So a rational response in many ways to a particular ideology. But it did the neoliberal mindset is something else. It kind of encouraged us to recast ourselves as hustlers rather than helpers, as takers rather than givers. It's a mindset that kind of valorizes self-interest at the expense of what's good for the collective. And so the combination of this I focus, this valorization of self, the emphasis on the hustle, and the taking was inevitably, I believe, going to lead to a crisis in loneliness and the crisis that we're seeing today.
So what about the right-wing populist politics?
Yes. So, so important maybe to just step back and just clarify what I mean by loneliness and how I'm defining the term loneliness. So I'm defining loneliness as a sense of disconnection from friends and family and neighbors. So loneliness. But I'm also defining it as a sense of disconnection from fellow citizens, from government, from state, you know, kind of drawing upon the thinking of previous thinkers, Hannah Arendt, Emil Durkheim, Karl Marx, who all really extended a definition of what we might think of loneliness. So I'm kind of rooting myself in that sort of tradition. And when I started interviewing right-wing populist voters, one thing that kept on coming across from their stories, as I said, was how lonely and isolated they felt. And this was in two ways. One, they really had, and the research backs it up, less friends, less people they felt they could rely upon in times of need. So, so they felt disconnected from those around us and that they didn't have people to rely on, that they had to deal with what life threw at them on their own. And at the same time, they felt very disconnected from traditional politicians and who they felt were not seeing them, were not hearing them. Because, of course, another dimension of loneliness is feeling unseen, unheard. So you have this body of citizenry who feel this and who are isolated and disconnected. And at the same time, what has happened over the past decade has been this rise of politicians who get this, who kind of, you know, who get that there is a constituency out there who feel lonely and isolated and have weaponized community in order to speak to this group. You know, if you think about and weaponized and the rhetoric that these politicians use is actually all very similar. You know, you the forgotten people, I see you, I hear you. But also these politicians typically deliver a theater of community, rallies. You think about Trump rallies, all these people in their branded outfits and their kind of red Make America Great Again hats. Or if you think about Le Pen gatherings, where Eric, the Parisian baker I interviewed, told me about how every week he would gather with this group of Le Pen acolytes, and they would all go leafleting together, and afterwards they'd go and hang out together in the pub. I mean, these politicians have understood the depth of craving for connection, this depth of desire to be seen and heard, that so many people have, and have explicitly spoken to that. I'm not saying that their pledges, you know, and their promises, you know, will materialize, but they're definitely delivering the rhetoric that this community who feels isolated has. And, you know, worryingly, what we know, you know, from other strands of literature is that if you're lonely, you're also more likely to see the world as a threatening place. You're more likely to see outsiders as threatening. I mean, there's research even done with mice that I cite in my book, where we see that the longer a mouse is left isolated in a cage, the more violently it lashes out to a new mouse when the mouse is introduced. So, so you have the politicians playing to this sentiment. You have people feeling this sentiment, often for legitimate reasons. I mean, really, you know, there is a vast swathe of the population who rightly feel that they've been ignored, unseen, unheard. I'm not disputing that. But at the same time, the loneliness itself is begetting a mindset which is very much one of anti-other.
Okay, so you feel more neoliberalized society, more individualist society tend to have a higher loneliness, according to your observations, and the politician, writing politician in particular, they probably exploit that kind of a sentiment and then mobilize that as their kind of political resources and so on.
Yes,
in Europe and US probably.
Yeah, I mean, I think it doesn't have to be only right-wing populists. I think populists, there is an opportunity for populists of both sides of the spectrum here. And interestingly, in France, there were elections just a few days ago. And in that, what we saw was a real rise in votes for populists, both of the far right and the far left, which would make sense. It's just that up until kind of recently, the left, populists of the left, I don't think had kind of recognized the opportunity as well. Because, you know, as I've said throughout, there is an economic dimension to loneliness as well. You can be rich and be lonely for sure, but if you are unemployed, if you do feel that your jobs have gone to robots, if you do worry about your finances in a world in which you no longer believe the state will look after you, you are going to be prey to these sorts of politicians for sure.
Yes. Digitalization seems to be another notable cause of loneliness. However, digitalization, as many people said, has many advantages of making it easier to connect people. You know, SNS, social networking is obviously help us to connect other people and allowing us to experience more so-called free social networking services, like we meet in Metaverse using the digital skills. So sometimes this is good, but sometimes this can be problematic. What do you think the kind of a role of digitalization relating to the loneliness?
So yeah, there is a certain irony that we're having this conversation on loneliness in the metaverse today. And yet, as you say, it also speaks to the paradox, because I wouldn't be able to be in this space with all of you across the world if it weren't for the technology. So there is a kind of paradox and a contradiction to some extent here. Yet, when we think about the past 2 years or so, when we were really forced to migrate en masse to interacting on screen, I think most of us would acknowledge that whilst better than nothing, there is a qualitative difference being physically in a room with others. I mean, it's partly, visual. We can, I can now see your head, but I can't really see your arms. I can't see your body language. So it's hard to really read the cues. Also, the way that our brains kind of synchronize at a kind of neural level in order to feel feelings of empathy is based on us being able to perceive at a very, very micro level kind of movements in the other person. So their eye movements, their twitch of their mouth, and just on the screen with the valency of internet and broadband, we literally can't see it well enough, which means that we're never going to be able to have the level of the depth of connection that we can have elsewhere. So whilst this technology kind of has saved us through the past couple of years, I think we would be misguided if we were to think that it is at its current state anyone delivering anything close to the same depth of connection or intimacy that we have face to face. And then of course there's our smartphones. Korea, the #1 smartphone ownership country in the world. Smartphones, social media, huge, of course, through East Asia. And when I began my research, I was agnostic about the role that social media played in today's loneliness crisis. But having really dug into the literature and also interviewed many teenagers, I've come away feeling very strongly that social media is a big part of the problem. I mean, again, you might think, well, how can that be? Because it brings you together. And yet, when teenagers, their stories were very poignant. The 16-year-old girl who told me about her friends had said that they weren't going out after school, and then she was in her room and she was on her social media and she saw them out having fun without her. And she said she felt so excluded, so isolated, she hid in her room for a week and wouldn't go to school. Or Peter, the 14-year-old boy who told me what it felt like posting on Instagram and then waiting, hoping for somebody to see him, to like one of his posts, and no one doing so, and feeling so isolated. And whereas, of course, in the past, such examples of isolation or exclusion, happened in real life, I think the difference is, first, in the past, the adult in a child's life would have probably seen this was going on and been able to intervene. Now this is all happening on screens. You wouldn't know if a student was being excluded, but also that the kind of shame of exclusion haunts people 24/7 on their screen. And then there's the kind of disconnection from self that social media so encourages. As one of my 14-year-olds who I interviewed said to me, she said, it's as if we're living our lives like avatars in the metaverse, where we are creating these digital personas who are kind of fundamentally disconnected to ourselves in order to earn ourselves more likes, more followers, etc. So responsible also for this kind of disconnection from self. And then when it comes to social media, there's also, of course, the level of abuse and bullying that we see on this medium. In the United Kingdom, a third of 18 to 24-year-old women have experienced abuse on Facebook. And if you're either directly experiencing abuse or you're witnessing it, of course, the world is going to feel a lonelier one to you.
Yeah, having said that, South Korea, normally when you look at the digital kind of a rank and something, then Korea normally kind of first in terms of the IT technology or e-government, all these things. But the prevalence of depression in Korea is the highest among OECD. So probably, as I heard what you said, probably there might be some link between our digitalization and our loneliness level in Korea. But certainly digitalization has been accelerated by the COVID-19. I think the COVID-19 changed a lot of things. According to the OECD report I just mentioned, the prevalence of depression was less than 10% before pandemic, but now it's mostly 20-30% in most of countries. So just like to hear about of your observation and opinion about the impact of the pandemic.
Yeah, I mean, what the pandemic has done has been, it has accelerated kind of trends that were already existing and amplified fractures and fissures that already existed. So, one key trend that has been accelerated, which definitely is playing a part in the rise of loneliness that we've also seen, because, loneliness even pre-pandemic, the figures I cited before were pre-pandemic, but has risen steadily alongside levels of depression and anxiety and suicide, unfortunately, rising too. This is partly to blame is the rise of what I call contactless living that the pandemic has accelerated. So because we had no choice, we migrated our activities online. We ordered our food through delivery services. We ordered our groceries online. We did our yoga classes on Zoom, and innovations in contactless living, technological innovations in contactless living, shops with self-checkout so that you don't have to speak to anyone, automated kind of decks at fast food joints so that you can just press in your orders and you don't even need to place them. All of these technological advancements conspiring to deprive us of those moments of face-to-face interaction that used to pepper our days, which actually are essential for making us feel more connected and less isolated. Even a 30-second exchange with a barista in a cafe, researchers have found, makes us feel significantly happier and significantly less lonely. So contactless living, accelerated by the pandemic, definitely playing a part here. And the danger is, of course, that we will unwittingly trade off connection and community for convenience, for the convenience that contactless living delivers. And the other thing, of course, that we've seen and that we're going to see, unfortunately, much more of over the next year to 18 months is the pandemic prompting not only the pandemic now, but the pandemic part of the reason that we are on the precipice of another global recession, and which inevitably is going to increase, unfortunately, levels of anxiety, stress, depression, and loneliness amongst us.
Okay. Having said the contactless living, I think that's why we nowadays talk a lot about the community is definitely important solution to loneliness. But however, at the same time, it's equally challenging how to build a more inclusive and open community, because community can be quite closed, a hierarchical one as well. So what's your opinion on this?
You're absolutely right that we shouldn't romanticize community. Communities, almost by definition, are excluding, and those who don't subscribe to the mores and norms can often be thrown out. So we've got to be careful not to romanticize community per se, and to have as an agenda, how do we build more inclusive communities, for sure. There are structural kind of determinants when it comes to thinking about how do we kind of rebuild communities and reconnect, from the way we think about how we design cities. In my book, I talk about Barcelona's superblocks, where people can, these areas where cars have been banned, so that residents can literally have to walk or cycle, and are thereby kind of in a way forced to interact much more with their neighbours, with people in their local community, where kids can play in the neighbourhoods in a safe way. Communities. We can think about initiatives in America, in Chicago, new social housing blocks built with branches of the Chicago Public Library on the ground floor, creating a physical space for people, not only residents, of course, in the social housing blocks, but also people in the neighborhood, a place for them to come together. We need physical spaces to come together where everyone can come together, regardless of income, if we are to come together again. And that's something which, as I said, has been depleted, this infrastructure of community, particularly since 2008 and the financial crisis then. So it's partly about what governments can do. It's partly about what governments need to do, of course, and there are other things we can talk to as well about what governments can do around, for example, helping ensure that our local shops, our local independent shops, thrive and prosper. We need to have these physical spaces where we walk into our greengrocer and they know our name, and where we have a local bookshop and where they know us. So, governments can do things on this front, and we can come back to that in the discussion period if you want to, with tangible things that are happening across the world. There's also a lot that business can do. They're part of the solution as well. And why businesses should want to play a part in being part of the solution is because loneliness is very bad for business. Lonely workers are less efficient, less motivated, less productive, and more likely to quit than workers who are not lonely. So there's a business case for addressing it, lots that businesses can do, which we can come to as well, but also a lot that we can do or should do or must do as individuals. I think this is where I differ from kind of typical thinkers on either the right or the left. On the right, they might look at this problem and think, okay, this is all about what we as individuals can do. And on the left, they might think, well, this is all about what the state can do. And I acknowledge value in both positions, but I say that actually this is not about either or. This is about what we must do as citizens, what governments can and should do, and also what businesses can do. All three need to play a part.
Okay. Yes, actually, I was in Bath and Kent actually 2 weeks ago and 2 years ago, and it's quite striking that high street shops are disappearing. So I think this could be a big problem, and that's why I just said the role of government should be there, do something about this, because we are losing the place people can meet together. But obviously people like to shopping online rather than offline nowadays. But before we go to the discussion about the role of government, the Professor Kamimura asked a question about the concept of loneliness sounds related to lack of social capital. But when one has just one significant other, even if he or she doesn't have enough social capital, he or she may not feel lonely. Could you compare and relate your concept of loneliness with that of social capital? That was the question.
Great question. And of course, the literature on social capital was something I kind of looked at and thought about as I thought about the book. And the point, if I understand correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I understand correctly, the professor is kind of raising the point that you may have limited social capital and yet...
Yes, but very significant to one or, that
yes,
person. Then.
Yeah, and I think that speaks to some of the problems kind of about some of the limitations of kind of the thinking around social capital, that it does not only the ones around kind of measurements, but also the ones about, how can you have that sort of paradox, which is a kind of real paradox. Like, is it too blunt a metric, a measuring, a way of kind of thinking? And I think it probably is, because what the interesting thing about loneliness is that, yes, having one deep connection can alleviate the condition. But so interestingly, and this is again kind of the paradox of real life, or the nuanced nature of real life, is that weak ties also actually can really alleviate loneliness as well. So that 30-second exchange with the barista in the cafe, that smile with as you walk down the street, walking your dog to a fellow dog walker. I mean, those moments actually do play a part also in making you feel less lonely. So I think, the limitations of kind of what social capital kind of really means and what it can tell us is highlighted by the example the professor gave.
Okay, thanks. The role of government, as you just said, is very important to reduce the loneliness. But government can reduce it, but government sometimes if they intervene a very bureaucratic way or with another bad negative way, then they can actually amplify the loneliness rather than reduce the loneliness. So what exactly do you think the government should do, or even like company, you're doing the ESG, then what was the kind of role of firms in reducing the loneliness?
So governments, I talked a bit at the local level what they can do. So supporting local shops, creating new tax status for pro-community businesses that explicitly deliver community as part of their offering. In Korea, there are these wonderful, some of the people at this conference may know about these wonderful things, daytime discos, Kolatex, that I discovered, where thousands of elderly people dance in the daytime. This is a private sector actually initiative. This is, these discotheques where thousands of, when I'm old, I want to be dancing in a Kolatech. But these are exactly the sort of businesses that governments could explicitly recognize as pro-community ones and give special tax breaks to local bookstores, often playing roles in anchoring and nurturing communities, local cafes, which have community as their mandate. So, as well as building things, investing in infrastructure, community, there are, I think, kind of tax incentives that can be used in a smart way. When it comes to social media, there is no way that social media companies are going to regulate themselves. We've given them enough chance, enough is known about their kind of active policies to keep us addicted to their products, to amplify hate, etc. They're not keeping their own house in order, and governments now need to step in. And we are actually seeing governments start to do this. The United Kingdom is spearheading kind of a new bill, legislation, the Online Safety Bill, which will put far greater obligations on social media companies to protect the psychological health of their users, far greater responsibility than it has in the past if it goes through in its current form, even holding directors personally liable. So there's governments, I think, definitely need to step in on that front. Social media is in many ways the tobacco industry of the 21st century and needs to be regulated as such. So that's part of what government could do. Businesses, once they recognize this is a problem, there is a real incentive to do something about it. A problem because, as I said, it's affecting their workers, but also a problem because investors, I believe, are going to increasingly be focusing on the mental health of employees. Up until now, when it comes to ESG, the focus has been primarily on the environmental. But I think what we're going to see over the coming few years is an increasing focus on the social, of which how you treat your employees, the mental health of your employees, how lonely or connected they are, is going to be increasingly visible and a potential problem. There's actually some low-hanging fruit when it comes to what companies can do. Researchers have found that one of the most effective ways of helping staff feel connected is to ensure that they regularly eat together. I know that's hard when we're all still working from home or working from home a lot of the time, but the times that you're back in the office, that people are back in the office, encouraging staff to eat together is a very proven way of helping people feel more bonded. In Chicago, researchers looked at companies of firefighters, and they found that companies of firefighters who ate together not only felt significantly more bonded, but performed twice as well as companies that didn't. Taking breaks together also plays a part. But more than that, this is about, people feel lonely at work because they also feel unseen, unheard, unvalued. So how companies need to think harder about how to explicitly value, see, and recognize their staff, and also value qualities such as collaboration, caring for others, helpfulness, qualities which over the past few years have really been undervalued as qualities like ruthfulness, hard work, have arguably been overemphasized. So there's also a kind of mindset shift that's needed in companies, and a kind of rebalancing of what's recognized, realizing that this is actually in companies' longer-term interest to do so.
Yeah, as I just mentioned, like neoliberal mindset, we underestimate friendliness and the intimacy and so on. Let's go to the social policy kind of issues. Today we are with the researchers who study social policy and welfare state here. Many people think that welfare state has been developed. We spend more and more, but at the same time, isolation is growing at the same time. So the question is whether welfare state is failing, and what to do then next. This is the question.
I mean, that's a small question. No, I mean, this is, the question that I'm sure everyone in the audience is thinking very, very hard about in their own research. So, anything I say will just be a small a small contribution to, I'm sure, the very important work that everyone who's part of this meeting is thinking about in this regard. Clearly there's a problem. Clearly there's a problem. And the way I see it is one of the clear problems is this kind of steady underfunding of what we might think of as an infrastructure of community, which ranges from, as I talked about, governments ensuring that there are public libraries. In the UK, a third of public libraries have been closed down over the past decade, ensuring that there are public parks, ensuring that there are youth clubs, ensuring that there are elderly daycare centres. So it's partly about that, investing in those, but it's also about thinking about things like bus routes. How are, especially in rural communities, how are people going to physically get places to be able to meet with others? It's about governments thinking about so I think it's about also recognizing how intersected these things are. So in the UK, for example, we have a minister for loneliness, and as my books come out across the world, people have said to me, is that something we should be doing here? Should we be having a minister of loneliness? I know Japan's recently also announced that they are going to have a minister of loneliness. I worry about that if the UK becomes the model for how other countries do it, because in the UK, why that hasn't been the right solution is, first, you have a government minister with very limited authority, very limited clout, and very limited budget taking on this role. But very importantly, the kind of how multi-causal the problem isn't being sufficiently acknowledged. And so, there's no point, well, there's a limited point in having a minister with a small budget, to give money to charities, to, NGOs who are tackling loneliness. This is useful. Of course, there are some wonderful charities and NGOs doing things, helping providing activities for young people or for elderly people, doing things like that. But on its own, that isn't going to solve the problem, because there are these structural drivers. Because if you're unemployed, because if you've lost the status in your community, because if you don't have work, because if you can't meet friends, because if you can't make friends, because you can't get places, because if there is nowhere to meet, all of these are going to play a part, because we're so addicted to these devices which are allowed to promulgate hate. All of these reasons need to be addressed, and government needs to address them. So the welfare state, kind of how we think about the welfare state and its role in addressing social ills needs to be part of and indeed is part of a bigger conversation of, more broadly, what does government still need to do, because you can have wonderful hospitals with shiny machines and kind of schools with great teachers and great devices, and all of this is important. But if there isn't accessibility, if there isn't a mandate of kind of reconciling social justice and economic justice, if there isn't at the same time a willingness of governments to take on those who are responsible for the externalities which are causing so much ill, it's never going to fully address the crises that we are facing.
Okay, so I think that basically the basics of welfare state is important, not only the additional ideas.
Yes.
I think relating to this, what you said, the Professor Aya Abe also asked a question, is it possible to combat the problem of loneliness without doing something about widening economic disparity?
It's not completely. I mean, it has to be part of the solution for sure. Because, as I said, the evidence is clear. You are definitely much more likely to be lonely if you are on a low income, if you are unemployed. if you are living in poverty. So it has to be part of the solution, and it has to be part of the solution, you know, thinking about economic disparity and also thinking about who is going to pay for these investments that we're talking about in the infrastructure of community, in parks, in libraries, etc. I mean, there are, you know, the pie, as we found, won't necessarily kind of just keep getting bigger, and we do need to think about how it's distributed and who's going to pay for what. So absolutely, the professor's right to kind of ask this question and raise this question, and I'm with them. It needs to be part of the solution for sure. For sure.
Thank you so much. We have about 5 minutes left. Anybody has I have a number of other questions, but I want to give you opportunity to actually, you can come to the mic, in front of microphone, and you can say to your question. Anybody want to give a question to Norina? This is the final opportunity. Okay. If you have any, then you can leave on our chatting room. My final question, you just talked about it, like, you know, we need more. Now we have inflations and the government debt level is historic record high. But 1%, some people probably have more than before. Probably large-scale tax increase is inevitable, but tax increases are always very difficult issue, particularly in East Asia. What's your thoughts on this?
I mean, you know, this follows on from the previous question, which is the solution will need funding. The market can play a role itself here, so this isn't just about taxation, and I think that's something that comes across clearly from my research as well. There is actually an opportunity for the market, the loneliness economy. Companies that authentically do deliver community and connection, I believe, will see real dividends in coming years. And there's actually technology. We've talked about technology. There are technological solutions that I think do play a role, can play a real role here, especially when it comes to social robots, which I know, you know, already have kind of a take-up far greater in East Asia than elsewhere. But I do see them as being able to play a positive role in the solution. So I think, you know, the market, this isn't kind of only about what the government can do. This isn't only about kind of taxation and thinking about who will pay for it. It's about helping incentivize these kind of businesses as well. But ultimately, you know, as ever, when we're thinking about social policy, we need to think of what needs to be done, by whom, and how will this materialize. And in this case, you know, I think there is a role for business to tackle the problem. There's a role for government to tackle the problem. But we also can't allow ourselves to be passive victims of our own circumstance. We need to take responsibility too and co-create a world in which we do come together and reconnect again.
Yeah, this might be the last question. Professor Boyoung Kim, he asked, there has been a more discussion on relationship in terms of ethics of care from feminism and relational state from IPPR in the UK, and relational welfare by Hillary Codham. What do you think about the direction of these kind of discussion? That was the question. Yeah.
Well, I've been really care and why we don't value care enough in our society has been a theme that actually I have kind of looked at intermittently and researched throughout my career. And you're very right to kind of speak to that literature, which has frequently inspired me in my own thinking. How do we value care more? Crucial question. How do we, and this is somewhere where the state can take the lead, given much of our care force remains public sector employees. Yeah, again, it's a question of priorities and spending priorities. But until we come to value more explicitly and put our money where our mouths is, kindness, collaboration, and care for others, we are likely to remain a lonely society.
Okay, thank you so much, Norina. I think time is exactly 6:40 as we promised. So thank you so much for your inspiring talk, and also looking forward to your further work. Hope we can invite not only EASP but other places as well, and to talk to you more about this issue, digitalization, far right, and also young people issue. We haven't talked today, but it's a really important issue. We have to go into further, but I think because of time limit, we have to end here. Why don't we
I was just going to say thank you so much for inviting me. I feel so honored to be part of this conference, and I would be so honored to physically come to East Asia. So maybe somebody in the room will invite me, because I would be honored to be there in person now that it seems that we're starting to be able to do such things again. But thank you.
Why don't we give a big hand to Norina? Yeah. Thank you so much, Norina.
Thank you.
Right. So this is the end of our second plenary session. And as I said, you know, we have, I know you need not only virtual meal, you need actual meal, but bring your actual meal to the pub area. Why don't we say hello to each other and just enjoy informal chatting, okay? And see you at the pub, and also otherwise see you tomorrow and the third plenary session by 4 p.m. Bye-bye.
Oh, it was such a pleasure to do it. Really a real pleasure, and you did a brilliant job, I think, at facilitating it. So thank you.